$4,000. Who'll make it five? $4,000. Do I hear five?
I'm just worried about Sanch. How are we going to tell him that this time tomorrow the girl he loves will be a complete vegetable?
Broccoli.
That Iron Chef.
Oh, look, the Iron Chef is...
Well, he's put broccoli flowers in between
broccoli
the sheets of
flowers.
pasta.
If I don't get to the top of the mountain real soon, I could get fired.
We'll help you. I have a watch with a minute hand.
The gimmicks today, they're throwing shade on my timing, which is admittedly poor. Okay, God, it's been like 2 weeks. 2 weeks since I've done this stream, and already I've forgotten everything. Alright, let's see if the buttons are wired up. Oh good, they are wired up. Hey, hi. This is gonna be another co-working stream. Oh crap, I didn't put a message on socials. I should probably do that. Yeah, so for the last few weeks, I have been... my official excuse for not streaming that often has been I was working on a Mall Vision entry with a friend, which is, if you're unaware, it is a fun community song contest. Hang on, I can post the link to our final entry. Now the contest has finished, but that's now over. I'm back to my normal set of deadlines, and in this case, the deadline that I am still foolishly keen on is to get the adventure game done by the end of this month. I should write. Okay. Oops. No, I don't want to take a screenshot of that. As we go, co-working stream. Doing more adventure game pixel art. Actually, hang on. So, doing more pixel art for my DOS adventure game! Exclamation point. That's right. Copy isn't mapped to the thing I is. Okay, give me 2 secs to just scream into the void. I don't know how many people actually get use Twitch notifications versus social media notifications, so maybe this is helpful for somebody who wants to see this for some reason that I'm still coming to terms with. Okay, I will say the other thing that I've been kind of like looking into, just Funky says, show it on stream, all the cool kids do. I love your entry, by the way. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. You know what? I could be self-indulgent and I could just play the entire thing on stream. I have that ability. Before I do that though, I was just saying the thing I was doing a little kind of just sneaky casually in the background was looking through the guts of Pretzel Pete, which was a game that was thought lost, but then I guess found a couple of weeks ago, if that, after like it was considered to have never been released because no one had ever preserved a copy, but then out of nowhere a bunch of copies arrived on eBay, like, you know, sealed boxed copies, and people were like, oh wait, Pretzel Pete is actually a thing that exists. And it's a fascinating looking game. It is from 1998. It is 3D. It has up to 16 player multiplayer over the internet, which is exciting. And yeah, I was just looking at it in Ghidra. I was tossing in Ghidra, going through, annotating things. Like you can see here, there is a big list of numbers which begin with like 41, 42, you know, but they're clearly, clearly 32-bit numbers and they begin with like the number 4. That's usually a sign that they're floating point. And when we convert this to floating point, look at that. It kind of looks like a number that a human would write, like 28.8 and 36.0. Like these aren't kind of, these don't usually appear in nature. This one here is a bit interesting. Ooh, 6.28. I wonder if that's like some kind of constant. Or it could be something. I mean, it's surrounded by other floats, so I'm just going to assume that it's also a float, even though it's kind of a bit odd. But like just the fact that they're all kind of appearing within, the low end of the floating point spectrum within human readable numbers, like these are likely used for like 3D rendering or something like that. But I'm not allowed to play with that. I have to actually go and do work. I may as well I'll show them All Vision Song, because why not? Videos. Output. And so for context, Mole Vision is a community song contest. Everyone is given, at the start, 3 prompts, and they have a month to put together a song which best articulates one or more of those prompts. So the prompts for this song were, what were they? They were, I haven't seen my neighbor in 3 days, my cast iron t-shirt, and the Pope, brackets, Stephen the Sixth, would have loved this. And the song is mostly just, it's about Stephen the Sixth, who was a pope that pretty infamously dug up the body of a previous pope and put the corpse on trial. So the song is called God, what was it? Oh, that's right. There are no mistrials in hell. So that's the song. I will just move off the right. Bye.
The temple, the tiber is foaming with blood. The high priest has come and ordered us all to join the cadaver synod. The charges are red with a furious pace as pieces of flesh start to fall from his face. When the Pope holds a grudge against you, then death is no exit.
Now Exodus says I shall not bear false witness, but he is no neighbor of mine. Can't be expected to stick my whole neck out to fill in some cheap alibi. The cross-exam reaches an ear-splitting roar, the defendant a fast-gripping heap on the floor. When the Pope wants to burn down your legacy, death is no exit. The verdict is read through a wide rictus grin, his rotting extremities bursting with sin.
When the Pope needs to settle a score, then death is no exit.
When the Pope tries to desecrate your body, death is
When
no
the Pope
exit.
wants you to take the fall,
Then death is no exit.
And that was a video. Oh my goodness. Well, yep, that was our entry for More Vision. It was very fun to make. Did it with my friend Jade, and yes, it was good. It was a little bit stressful at times, but it was good. So that was what I've been doing for the past month, roughly. Hey, Mad Moose. Mad Moose says, "What the fuck is happening indeed?" I mean, wouldn't that be your reaction if you saw, I don't know, a corpse get raptured followed by someone being kind of like burnt to death? That sounds kind of not unreasonable behavior. Oh wait, the microphone's on, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Hoi, alright, get rid of that. Get rid of Pretzel Pete. We're not doing any Pretzel Pete stuff, at least for now. We're working on adventure game stuff. Has anything happened since the last time I streamed? Oh, okay, like, there was a small change that I've made, which I may actually work on tonight, which is... It's going to be kind of... I mean, the game itself is going to be quite simple. It's only 3 rooms, it's only going to be like a small handful of puzzles. It's like, you know, it's not meant to be kind of like... It's like a novella rather than a full-sized adventure game. But at the same time, I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be... In fact, someone here might have... Actually, no. I think one of my friends gave me the idea. And it's basically like, wouldn't it be a good idea if you had, like, a scoring system that was based on something just really irritating? In this case, wouldn't it be good if you had a scoring system based on, like, how many pieces of in-game dialogue the player read? And I was quite open to that, just both as someone who is the type of player that tries to hoover up every bit of in-game dialogue, and also because for this project, I'm trying to write a unique response for every possible action. So, and to be honest, there are a couple of actions which only happen if you do them in the right order. So it's going to be extra maddening. But at the same time, you don't need to get a good score. You don't need to get 100%. You could try, but you don't need to get 100%. So, I don't know, maybe this will just kind of enrage people unnecessarily. But there is now the mechanism inside Parenti, my game engine, to do that. Actually, I can probably show it. Parenti... wait, hang on. Maybe I have changes that are on my laptop. Oh, Mad Moose says, beware of mutually exclusive dialogue. I don't think we have any of that. Offhand, you're right that that's probably something to look at, to be worried about, but I think that you know, there's no either or. But it's a good thing to check out. Oh, Funky says, I was so glad I changed my vicar prompt idea from my plan to be the Vicar of Jesus Christ, Vicarus Jesu Christo. That is too many popes for one Mall Vision. Oh, like there was one other entry in Mall Vision did have stop motion, and they were using a feature which allows you to draw a Lego face onto another object, which was in the running for this video, but then after I saw kind of like the eyes made of plasticine that were longer than the arms, I was like, no, we have to do it like this. Like this is too good to just kind of be replaced with, you know, a decal of a Lego face. Mamu says, unless you can accumulate points over multiple playthroughs, little bit too. I mean, don't really have that on the cards, but actually, I'm just wondering, do I need to turn my laptop on in the other room to get the current differences? And I think that I do. So I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Rapping all day and I'm rapping all night. Rapping to the beat and I rap it up tight. I rap in the morning and I rap till I'm done. And everybody knows that I'm number one. Cause I'm rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rappity rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rapping, I'm rapping. I'm rapping all day and I'm rapping all night. Come on, I'm rapping to the beat and I rap.
Thank you very much, Mad Moose, for that musical interlude, which covered up my sloppy preparation. Okay, what are we going to do? Okay, so git pull should be there now. Oh yeah, and okay, PT hash is there. Alright, so the scoring system is now here in common. And essentially what we do is we kind of hot patch PT actor talk.
That's Simpson. He thinks he's the Pope of Chili Town. Well, this year I am ready for him.
Oh, sorry, Funky. Yeah, it's the Simpsons has got to be lowercase. I didn't. Yeah, I probably should have. Oh yeah, and secret feature is if you type the word in backwards. But don't tell anyone. Okay. Scoring system. We hot patch PT actor talk, and then basically every time that we call like the function which talks, we then get a unique hash of the string, which is just a unique 32-bit number, and we keep track of it in a big table. And essentially, this is just, you know, basically, if the number is in the table, then it means we've already heard that piece of dialogue, and we don't increment the score counter by 1. And then, I guess eventually we'll figure out the max score based by, like, when the game is finished, by searching through every single one of these and counting them. Ah, Madmo says that's a dangerous feature. What makes you say that? Why is this a dangerous feature? Interesting. Why is backwards wrapping not working? That's odd. Oh, wait, I think it may be because I put in, like, an upper time limit for the backwards one for how long it could take, and yeah, it's probably that, just to kind of, like, keep the troll factor to a minimum. So, sorry, the cases where the gimmick feature has picked up entire songs, probably not going to work with... Anyway, oh wait, okay, you were referring to the feature we're just about to try and exploit. Well, in that case, checkmate. Yeah, you didn't think about that before adding in something dangerous like that. But I mean, you can still do the shorter ones. You could still do, like... Yeah, just some wonderful backwards hooves on pavement. Definitely, that was the sample that I was after, rather than... There you go. Backwards Cockney. Anyway, so we have this feature now. I have not exposed it through the UE yet. That I need to have a little think about how that's going to look, because wait, I should probably rebuild the game engine because it's been a hot minute. We do have the hash function build DOS.
You don't get such dish, and any ship won't be left by your ship.
No work to do. That's news to me. It also plays back samples in the same order from as doing the forwards one, so if you did forwards Batman, you could actually hear what that was meant to be. So, like, here's the game UE now. We've got this little pop-up.
Has she filled the milk machine again?
She's just getting ready.
Yeah, it's about filling a milking machine. So we have the UE here. I'm not sure if I want the score to be, like, visible on screen all the time. That sounds maybe a bit too much. I wouldn't be against it, like, showing up here, down here somewhere. But I'm not sure, like, the best way of managing that. Like, we could... I don't know, maybe, like, extend this purple bar a little bit. Like, we're not using all of these inventory slots, is my thought. So maybe instead of having 8 inventory slots, we have 6, and then... maybe like a little score counter. Oh yeah, and from last time we do have the EGA mode. Which I'm still very happy about. So it can just go through here. It mostly looks okay. Some definition of okay. Oh yeah, there's a cheeky meteor that only shows up every now and then. Mamu says, no CGA. I've not, there is a menu slot for CGA, but I have not thought about how to do the dithering for that. Like, it could just be a case that maybe we have, like, a redux of... what's it called? Like, use the EGA colors as a basis, but then change it on each room. But... yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if, like, because at the moment, right, all of our dithering shortcuts convert one of these 256 colors to a dither pattern containing 2 colors. And I'm wondering, will that be enough for CGA? Like, does CGA need, like, a 3-color mix? Because I was looking through it, like, how AGI, which is Sierra's old engine, did it. And that used 3-color blending for some of the shades that it had. I'm not sure if they necessarily looked, like, great, but they were there. Oh yeah, and how'd this room look in here? Looks alright for EGA. Like, I do like the shading here on the grating down there, which is why I'm kind of loath to changing the other colours. Ramu says black, cyan, magenta, white. Yeah, but that's kind of, like, it would be nice though to have, I mean, we could here's what we could do. We could take the EGA colors that we have and then just try and rectify them to, like, whatever the lightest shade there is. It's gonna look hideous. Like, I guarantee you that without good color separation, it's gonna look bad. Nice and CGA don't belong in the same sentence. Like, what, you're too cynical. That's your problem, Mad Moose. Like, it is possible to have nice-looking CGA. I believe this. I believe this with my whole human spirit. And I guess, like, you know, the default kind of cyan, magenta, black, white palette has gotten a lot of stick, but those aren't your only options. You can change the black color to be whatever color that you wish in the EGA palette by just adjusting the overscan register. Oh, Mad Moose said Alicab looked nice. Exactly. Why is that? Because they used a different palette on pretty much every screen. They used, I can't remember if they used any of the bright palettes. I think they just they used the 3 different base color modes, and then they just changed the overscan color so there wasn't black quite a lot of the time. And that was, you know, that was not nothing. Oh, the other thing I should mention is this isn't actually EGA. This is just, you know, it's still VGA here. It is just doing the remapping maths to use the 16 EGA colors. Actually using EGA hardware would involve writing an EGA driver, and I have not, you know, that's not my focus for Pass 1, you know, the initial release of this thing. It can be done, like, there's nothing stopping writing another blitter that uses EGA math instead of VGA, but, you know, don't need it for... Most of the time, I imagine people are going to be using DOSBox, or they're going to be using the web player, which will be embedded into, like, itch.io. So, neither of which they're going to be complaining, oh, but I changed the graphics mode to EGA and it didn't work. Oh, I tried running it on an IBM XT and it was slow. Yeah, this game is going to be slow on an IBM XT, because so far I've not written any kind of, like, there's no clever kind of, like, selective blitting. We're just using Painter's algorithm at this point. I have not tried porting that logic to use partial updates, which probably makes it borderline on anything that isn't, you know, a Pentium. Madmo says, programming blit planes is always fun. Oh, don't I know it. Look. we're using 4-plane VGA so that we get page flipping, and this is the code for blitting. I've had to like write more comments than code because it's insane. But essentially, yeah, we have to keep, for every sprite, we keep 4 planes for each image, or we keep it splitted into 4 planes, and then this offset logic shifts the planes to the right spot in memory, or shifts them to the right spot so that when we write them to memory, they appear in the right spot. Hey Mini Roach. Mini Roach says, do you have to think about the colors you use when you're doing the art as to not make it strange when popping on the EGA thing? That would have been the smart thing to do. The smart thing to do would have been to go into this knowing that I would have to make an EGA version of all of these and picking my color ranges accordingly. I did not do that. I just picked whatever colors I just picked whatever color ramps that I want. Like the gray ramp has got like a very different number of colors to like the yellows and such. So yeah, like last time we were working on this, I just went through and I can show you the table that we did. There's essentially like a little conversion table in the game code under common, I think. Yeah, here it is. And yeah, it was essentially me just hitting Control R, which is a key to hot reload all the scripts, and adding in like little rules like this to see how it would turn out. So here is the RGB value, and this defines the dither fill algorithm. So half basically means kind of like just checkerboard, half and half. Fill A means use just color A, which is this one. Quarter alt is I'm not sure if I can. It's like, where's an example of quarter alt? Yeah, quarter alt is like the top of this drawer you can see is quarter alt because it's got 1 in 4 pixels that are changed to red as opposed to brown, but they're kind of offset by a kind of hexagonal pattern. Oh, Mini Roach says, oh, it's quite a manual filter rather than something automatic. Yeah, I can show you what it looks like if we don't have the manual rules. Because there is like a automatic algorithm which will try and do like a best attempt. Oh, it's in menu, okay. Okay, so if I were to go in... So this is using a fake serial cable that I've connected to DOSBox. But if we go in here and I manually change the palette remapper, pt set palette remapper, EGA half. Okay, so like here's one of the default settings, which is basically find the nearest color, which has yeah, find the nearest color, which the two, what's it called? Find the nearest color when you combine 2 colors from the EGA palette, and it looks alright. It doesn't look brilliant, but it looks alright. It looks kind of passable. But you'll notice like down, like the text down the bottom, that sits on a boundary, and generally you don't want text to be unreadable like that. There are a few other different type of automatic remappers. Let me just pull up the list. I think it's a color. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so we've got nearest, half, quarter, quarter alt, half nearest, and quarter nearest. So if we were to do like nearest, we can see it's very flat. Like, it sort of works, but like, you know, the flesh tones, for instance, are all kind of muddy. Oh, Mini Roach says, that's as from your EGA, do it from your VGA? I mean, sorry, by running this is from the VGA. I can show you. So like, if I go back to options, and then we change the VGA, like, calling set palette remapper will remove all the existing rules. So, yeah, we're starting from scratch. And then what other ones we got? We got quarter, which is interesting, but it is, you know, a little bit rough on the eyes. I don't know, how do the other rooms look when you do that? Yeah, like this one from a distance, if you kind of defocus your eyes, looks more authentic to the original color scheme, but it also, arguably doesn't look as nice. There is also the same thing, except with like the alternating pattern, which... yeah, same diff. Like, in some cases it looks nicer, other cases doesn't look as good. Okay, and then we've got half nearest and quarter nearest, which I believe does the nearest calculation. You get two colors, and then it picks the one which is like stronger, which I found was visually striking. But you know, again, half nearest. Yeah, like you can see, it's very visually striking, but it doesn't produce a very realistic color palette. And we have quarter nearest, which I can't remember how that looks. So yeah, there's not, unfortunately, there isn't. Oh, Manmu says, can you remap to black and white? As in, just kind of automatic going from... so like, if I were to bring up the VGA... how would you see that working? Because, I mean, typically, like, most black and white graphics, they do, like, outlines. And, like, the VGA art isn't really set up for that. I guess if you had, like, some kind of, oh, Mamu says, I wasn't expecting it to look good. Well, you know, some of us have, like, have standards, unfortunately. I don't know. I mean, yeah, like, we could hack together a CGA mapper. If we finish all our work, maybe we can, like, mess around, like... Because I have added, like, remapper slots for each of the 4 CGA modes. Oh, sorry, each of the 6 CGA modes. And we can maybe, like, do another, I don't know, something similar to EGA mode, except mangling it through the CGA palette. I am not sure. Okay. I completely forgot where I was. Oh, that's right. So yeah, last week we were looking at a close-up for this. This espresso machine, which I figured, in order to be kind of nice to interact with, we should get maybe like a zoom shot of it. And I think we got the basis of one last time, but we did not finish it, and we have not wired it up into the greater engine, so that will be So we'll start on that. We'll start on that kind of, that little thing. So it was light cube. It would be in bridge. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so here's a close up of the copy machine. And okay. Which of these? Oh, it's this one. Okay, I'm gonna put on the background music.
Oh, it's really too bad the coffee sherbet didn't work out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
As far as I'm aware, there's no sherbet setting. Okay. Sick. All right. Back to here. Ah, crap. Right, here we freaking go. So we've got a coffee machine. We're gonna need a couple of things. I haven't decided, like, maybe we need a bit more background detail so that it kind of matches this bench top with, you know, just kind of like a brown vinyl background. Or we could just have it floating in the void here. I'm undecided yet. But essentially there's going to be two things you can interact with. One which is going to be, I guess, the intensity knob, or the concentration knob. And then I guess like this dispenser bit down the bottom, which you need to put... Oh, which I need to draw. I need to draw something for that, don't I? Because this is the inventory item that you find, which you can jam.
Day right here.
Yeah, you can see him smashing them up.
Ah, yes.
Yes, with the knob of the knife handle.
So
exactly, crushing. So the knob of the knife handle on this. But we need to make a bigger one of these so that it would sit properly in this picture. So I think that let's start there. Okay, so yeah, the coffee machine is on this layer. This is just a background layer which has been traced. Oh, okay, and that's the guidelines. Let's do it on the. Let's maybe do it on the guide. Actually, no. What am I saying? It's got to be a different layer anyway, so that we can draw it. So get some circles. Get a slightly bigger circle. But not too much bigger, because then it'll look weird. Yeah, I think about 1 pixel either side should do it for gradation. Okay, so if we were to join that up. Well, it's a little wide. It's a little wide. Let's... There we go. Maybe 2 more? Good, good, good. Alright. What color handle? Okay, I had like a pewter handle and then just a blue... Sorry, like gunmetal handle, pewter lid, blue stripy body. Where's the scratch layer? I had like a whole layer which just has... Just has like color swatches that I use. I'm just trying to find where it is. Diag light, cockpit, seat 1, Stein. Panel shut. Panel wiring, diagnostic. It's not foreground. Foreground is there. Must be... Ah, okay, it's here. Let's start by doing this roughly the same as this.
I'll go and have a word with the Padre. He knows a lot about monkeys.
Right, I'll stay here.
Okay. So doing the stripy effect is going to be interesting. For now, I'll just kind of block out the colors I expect to use. Like, here's an example of, like, poor color planning. Like, we can see here that we've got, like, a very noticeable gap between, like, the dark and the light colors, and I probably should have picked a less harsh transition color, but the rest of the art doesn't have it anymore. Or, you know, the rest of the art doesn't include that, so it seems probably a bad idea to add one in now. Unless I'm willing to, like, go back and mess with things more. Because, yeah, like, until now I've just been treating, like, the missing colors as more of a, do I really need this extra color? Will I just be kind of... am I just relying on this as a crutch? The answer is maybe. Maybe I need more colors. We'll tidy the lines up on it in a little bit. Could have it so that like the inside has kind of like a gunmetal glaze. Actually, maybe that one's too light. Grab a little bit of that because it's got to be distinctive from the back of the coffee machine, ideally. Just add a little bit more thickness to like the edge. Alright, well that's the basic shape. Let's get the handle done. hang on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I drew it on. I drew in the wrong spot. Hang on. Actually, we need some reference photos. We're entering into kind of half-remembered territory here. Stein lid. Because yeah, yeah, okay, so the lid popper is on a little kind of elevated piece of metal on the handle. Which then means there has to be kind of a gap. So in reality the handle is something like this. Then you have your little bit of metal, which goes on like this. Open the Stein lid. How far does it only open? Okay, it opens 90 degrees. God, really? What are the dimensions of the lid? The dimensions of the lid are 14 by 6, which is kind of big. Okay, so 6 by 14. Wait, is it really 14 by 6? Did I measure that properly? No, it's 15 by... It's 15 by 7, I think. Yeah, that looks more like it. Oh. God, like, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, no, crap, it is 15. Maybe I just sharpened it when I was messing with it, but okay. But we could hide the rest of the lid underneath the overhang of this, the lip of the coffee machine. That's doable. Oh, come on. Come on, chip player JS. There is also, I guess, the option of just shrinking it, just shrinking a little bit. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. Okay, now we have something that's more likely to fit onto the coffee machine. I think part of the problem is that now that it's been squished, it isn't very realistic as a... It doesn't really like match like a proper circle, but whatever. Whatever is what I say to that. Oops. Yeah, it's kind of more diamond shaped, but you can have a diamond shaped Stein if you really imagined it. And also, it's not going to be one of these kind of pointy steeple type lids. It is just going to be a simple flat lid with maybe a little nubbin. Or we could just have a flat lid. In fact, yeah, the reference art has a flat lid, so maybe that's what we'll use. would the light be? Because the light source is coming from here, and we're shaded by the coffee machine, so... Because there is the option of just doing a dither like this. And how does that look compared to just... No, it's more conspicuous. What if I were to... If I were to transfer it to this side... Okay, and then it's clipped around the handle? Yeah, it's clipped around the handle, okay. Okay, and we... Yeah, okay. We don't want to go any darker than that because then it will start to blend in with the background, which is bad. Which is kind of an issue that we already have with the handle, because it is in that uncomfortable range where it's basically... Okay, and the handles... Oh no, okay, it can be kind of the fancy loop style. It doesn't necessarily have to be square. If I were to remove this... Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, now the stripiness, that's gonna be difficult. Let's move a copy over here so I don't necessarily go and ruin the only one that I've got. Okay, nothing... Oh crap. Yeah, so there's just nothing more complicated. It's like picking the next color down and filling it. Which may work, or it may just kind of look bad. We won't know until we finish drawing, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not gonna have enough room doing it like that. Yeah, we're not gonna have enough room. Maybe instead of doing bands, we just try and add like some texture. I like that idea. I like that idea more than like trying to replicate bands on something, because then we run into issues where if the perspective doesn't look good, then it looks bad. Yeah, there we go. That's the kind of texture I'm after. Ah, one little thing. Because the stone has like a little handle nubbin down there, which I need to draw. Okay, that's looking possible. What if? What if? We just made it flat like that. No. No, I like it more like this. Okay, that's good. I'll be sitting here. Okay, so that would mean... Okay, we would need to split the coffee machine layer into two then. Yeah, this one's too long. Okay, now we jam it in there. Makes sense. Sort of. Do espresso machines vibrate? Oh, there's a choice. Vibration pump versus rotary pump. To ensure water can penetrate and push through the tightly packed fine coffee used for espresso, it needs pressure, a minimum of like 9 atmospheres. Wait, no, is bar atmosphere? I think it is. Yeah, it's roughly, okay, roughly 9 atmospheres of pressure. that's where an espresso machine comes in, as it generates the necessary pressure to push the hot water from the broom chamber to the group head. The water pulsates through the tamped grounds and produces espresso in as little as 20 seconds. Okay, so vibration pump is it's essentially like a positive displacement pump, which... Yeah, okay. And then you have like a centrifugal pump which can cavitate. Because one of the things I was considering, right, was that when we fill the stein with coffee, like maybe the machine should just jiggle around a bit to indicate that the pump is working. I think that might be fun. And then you have like a small, transparent cloud of steam coming off the edge. And yeah, you just do that for a few seconds. Like we're talking like maybe 2 or 3 pixel kind of level of vibration. Actually, we could do that, because we now have... So, like, if I go into the source code for the engine... and take a look here at the movement code... we have, like, these basic timing functions, which are based around... Yeah, like, very similar to CSS animations, which is honestly where I nicked the algorithms from. So like there's linear, there's ease in, there's ease in, ease out, ease in and out. But what if we were to just make a timing function which just did like a random jitter? Is there a recommended way of doing it with... of course, it's all going to be talking about, like, people talking about jitter as a bad thing. Random jiggle? Yeah, how do we shake an image? Not really showing much. There is another place we could look, actually. I'm looking here at like the SCI engine in ScumVM, which has code for shaking the screen. Okay. So shaking the screen here, they just have like the number of shakes. Okay, and then they... Oh, okay, they literally just kind of go in and out, in and out. Okay, so it's a very kind of basic shake. Oh, okay, the Scum engine has a complicated looking shake. Okay. Oh, and this is what was used for like Day of the Tentacle. So I guess it's like what happens when you use the speakers in Day of the Tentacle. Oh, same with Loom, but that's... I think that's just kind of like gently rumbling the screen up and down. Video game shake object. I just want some. I want some source code. I want some source code for shaking. Okay, so like this one looks like it uses Perlin noise, which might actually be. Because yeah, Perlin noise is smooth, isn't it? Like, that might... Okay, the constructor of Perlin shake takes the instance of Perlin shake parameters as an input. You can expose the parameters variable. Oh, that's right. It's GitHub, so I can't see it, but I can check out the code. Okay, so it's using like a built-in for Perlin noise. Perlin noise algorithm. It can't be. Two, 3, or 4-dimensional function, but it can be defined any number of dimensions. An implementation involves 3 steps. Defining a grid of random gradient vectors, computing the dot product between the gradients and their offsets, and interpolation between those values. Oh, come on. You know what I meant. You know what I meant, Sea Monkey. What's this?
No damn way.
Okay, generate 2D pearl noise.
No damn way. Please don't kill me. Mission accomplished.
Does not contain a completely random value at each point, but consists of waves. Okay, 2D pearl and noise and C. Oh wait, what's the difference between simplex noise? Oh, okay, this is the one that was patented but is no longer. Okay. Well, it's in C++, but we can fix that. It's MIT, so we can change it. Okay, what have we got? We've got... Yeah, alright. It looks basically... Okay, so it's just a... Interesting. Okay, so it's a class. Oh, okay, it's a class with four parameters for the state. That's fine. We can port this to C. Super easy. Okay, and then after that we got like fractal Brownian motion, which I don't think we need. Fractal Brownian motion is the summation of successive octaves of coherent noise, each with higher frequency. Okay. I want to see stuff jiggling around on the screen. Wait, hang on. We don't even need... We're not... Should I... It's not that long. It's not that long. Should I go ahead and like do the Brownian motion stuff as well? Like really, we just need the noise. Like this doesn't, like these are all static functions anyway that don't use this. Whereas if we go down to these fractal ones. Yeah, okay, these are... that stuff is only used by fractal. We don't need that. I mean, we could even port these, but we just don't have those as... because they're not accumulators. They don't change. They're just constants. So we could just make them parameters, is what I'm getting at.
You so rich you'll be shitting money.
Literally, if you wanted.
Wonderful, wonderful grab. Okay, there we go. That's... Oh yeah, those need to be changed. So it's now... Okay. And we gotta add this to... Gotta add this to the build system, so... Maison... Simplex. Okay, but now that we have this, we can expose... We'll start off by exposing... Oh, great. Okay, I've got to change static cast. It's a good old-fashioned filthy casting. Is that how you do it in C? C static cast to float. We'll figure out what I meant. How to convert into float. Okay, explicit typecasting is fine. I wasn't sure if it did like a literal reinterpretation, which would be bad. think that should be the last of it, hopefully. Okay, now a few build errors. Oh, grad. Oh, because it's using bloody polymorphism. C does not let you have multiple functions with the same name, but different arguments, which honestly I agree with. I think that it confuses things greatly, that C++ does that. Even more so when it will try and be helpful if there's like one argument, and it will try and occasionally just do a silent static cast to whatever it thinks the destination type needs to be. Okay, sick, alright. So built the simplex thing, now we just gotta add a hook in for lure. Expose all of them, because why not? Oh, wait. Push to that. Then we have just a couple more of these. Oh, hey, Racing the Beam. Sorry, I didn't... I was too enamored with adding in simplex noise. Because, yeah, like... To recap what we're trying to do, right? I have this coffee machine here. Coffee machines generally vibrate around, and which means that we want everything to kind of jiggle around like this. But you can't just use like regular random numbers, because if you think about the output of a random number generator, say that we wanted it to kind of like... I mean, it may not be noticeable at kind of like small amounts of jiggling, but if we wanted it to jiggle a lot, like from here to here, then using a random number generator, it will just be going at kind of like frame 1 will be here, frame 2 will be here, frame 3 will be here, frame 4 will be that. Like, that's not nice. That just looks like it's vibrating like way too quick for the human eye to see. Whereas if we use simplex noise, which is kind of like polar noise except different, fewer directional artifacts, there we go. There's kind of like a smooth transfer function between top and bottom. So when we kind of sample across the field, it still kind of jiggles varying amounts, but it is crossing yeah, like it's kind of like crossing like a median strip, if that makes sense. So it's not just kind of like random placements, it's vibrating, or closer to vibrating. Yeah, like this. Like you can see here, it's still noisy, but like there are some clumps which are up here and some clumps which are down there. And yeah, I was doing that because I was looking into this camera shake code, which in turn needed like a noise generator, either Perlin or Simplex. I think it was using Perlin, but Simplex is hot swappable with that. Okay, so how does this do it? So create some random to XY coordinates inside a unit circle. Okay, and then you go like maximum amplitude of the shake, well positioned at the source of the shake, pass true if you want to control amplitude manually. Because yeah, that's another option, because then you could have like a noise function which then takes like a different function to modulate the amplitude, which would be kind of cool. Then you could like simulate an earthquake if you were so inclined. Okay, anyway, let's get this out of the way. Unused local. I'm using local here.
Until midnight, you mean?
You savvy, Batman.
Alright. Let's... Console. PT. Simplex noise 1D. 0.0. Okay, we get 0. 0.5. 0.6. 0.7. 0.8. Yeah, okay. Seems to be kind of oscillating above and below 1.0, which is what we want. 0.9. Excellent. Okay, good. All right. Now for the next bit of shaking. So how do they do it here? Oh, okay. They use another class called envelope. Alright, but if we... Okay, what do they do? They create an envelope, create some kind of amplitude controller, or sorry, make an envelope, they call it amplitude controller, and then... Okay, 2D pearl and shake. Should move the camera around smoothly but unpredictably. It shouldn't jitter the camera around in a way that makes it hard to follow what's on screen. Most camera shake tutorials show how to use a random shake. Here's one for how to use continuous functions to produce shake. I'm using sine and pearl and noise because they're easily accessible. Okay, since shakes are tied to time, the seed value allows to offset shakes so different objects aren't shaking the same. So here they're using just sine motion. And then they have like, we shake along a direction, but use pearl and noise to get an offset. to adjust the amount of deviation. Okay, then it multiplies the bits together to find the position. Okay, so oh, I see. So purlin is kind of used to get the direction, I suppose. Oh, okay, and then this, I think, looks closer to our other, to this code here, which is, instead of sampling the noise like get purlin 1 do time, use time to generate points in a circle. These points are then used to sample the purlin noise. Because, like, yeah, ideally what we would have is we'd have, like, a function which allows it to kind of, like, start from no vibration, go to a bunch of vibration, and then scale back down to normal vibration. Purlin shake combines layers of purlin noise with different frequencies. And then, like, short shakes, it says use bounce shake. What does the bounce shake algorithm look like? Oh, okay, because then on top of that we've got, like, this camera shaker. Displacement, update. Okay, and these are things you can edit in the parameters you can edit in the GUI for the Unity plugin. Like this sounds like what I want. This sounds like exactly what I want. Okay, right, and then there's noise mode, which gives you the layers of okay. I'm slowly starting to understand. Oh, wait, okay. Okay. So there's okay, so there's a slightly naive way that I've dealt with this, which is that the timing function is decoupled from the actual movement side of things, which normally makes sense. So we can't use a timing function of this. We would need maybe some kind of like displacement function, which wouldn't be in line with the CSS way of doing things. Because yeah, the timing function I based on this thing here. So if we wanted to add shake to this, how would we do this? How would we do this? Because we've got like... I want to put it into move object. But realistically... I don't know, like the kind of thing that I'd be thinking of. Would be maybe like T-param. Because if we go back to like CSS timing functions, I'm pretty sure there are some which bounce back. Okay, maybe it's not a built-in. Because, yeah, it's defining... It's defining the control points of the Bezier. Oh, wait, no, maybe the endpoints are fixed. Oh, Rest of the Beam says, have you seen the bias gain easing function? I have not. Bias gain easing function. Fast version of Perlin bias gain functions taken from this enables you to craft close estimates of the Penner easing functions. Okay, whatever. It's fine. We can, like, there's nothing stopping us from making, yeah, like making a function which kind of like ramps up like this. A flexible tuning easing function originally made by Jonathan T. Barron, which is a generalization. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so when like you increase the gain, it becomes like a square wave. If you increase the bias, it becomes more like a triangle wave. That's kind of neat. Alright, as I said, I just nicked the Bezier algorithms from Stylo. So it was, you know, because I figure that there's plenty of code on the net that uses like the CSS Bezier style. But obviously there's nothing stopping. Like, you don't have to use Beziers for the timing function though. You could just use linear, which allows as many points as you want. But anyway, that's getting into the weirds bit. So we have Oh, Race to the Beam says, I like it for experimenting because you get a broad range of behaviors by twiddling 2 parameters rather than flipping through algorithms. I used to do a lot of touchscreen interactives for museums and exhibitions, and the agencies were already very particular about the feel of the various interactions. I can understand that. Like, that's quite an important part of like making something feel welcoming to use, right? Like whether or not it feels kind of right when you're tapping or when you're dragging and such. Okay, well, I'll keep that, keep this little guy in mind. But for, I don't know, for now though, like, if I were, so like I have this API, right? Which, basically you just say, this object I want to move to this position over this amount of time using this timing function. And if I wanted to kind of expand that to include like a noise component or a you know, a jiggling component, like my gut feeling is we could probably just get away with like the magnitude of the jitter and a timing function to say like, you know, how to scale that magnitude. So basically an envelope. There is potentially like the room for like, oh, well, what if you want it just like jiggling in one direction? But we can always add that later. I think that like when I think about like, do I have Day of the Tentacle on here? Because like I can show you like an example of like how Scum does it. It basically just shifts it up and down. I think I've got Day of the Tentacle in here. Oh, but if I don't have it here, then I'm not going to have any save. Oh no, I do have save games. I just don't have it in the engine for some reason. Okay, here we go. But if I like go to the room which has vibration in it. Oh wait, not this room. It's the... Yes, we know. The emerald's stolen, whatever. Oh, I must put the one on the edge. Okay, and then I turn on the stereo.
Wow, this is loud.
you can see it's just jiggling the screen up and down, which is probably better for readability, in all honesty. Like, if you were like shaking it from side to side, it would just be a nightmare. Also, they do the nice thing of like keeping the mouse cursor locked to the screen. So if you were to like shake the entire screen, you would want it localized to the screen layer, basically. But we're not shaking the entire screen. We're just shaking like one thing on the screen. Like, yeah, maybe we can just get away with that. So yeah, the plan would be to have, I guess, like the entire coffee machine vibrating like crazy. And then maybe over the top, we could do, bear with me. Doesn't have this part doesn't have to look very nice, because in a minute I'll just fill this in, and then go to the erase tool. Let me pick. There's a solid dither. There we go. Also, what happened to the music? So do that. Oh, wait. Wait. What's the trick to getting rid of all just erasing one color type? fine. Maybe I can't do it that way. You see where I'm coming from? Like, just have a cloud of bad graphic steam over the over the top. Hmm. Nah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like how this is turning out. It's crap. Okay, it's gone. Maybe we'll just deal with the jiggle and then pretend that there's no steam. Okay. New idea. Instead of using, I mean, my thought is like, do we need to cram shaking into move object? Could we make it its own thing? You could still use a move ref, and it can still be handled by like the move ref processing stuff. I guess the trick is though, if you wanted to have like a combination of moving and shaking, that wouldn't be possible if we use the move ref list without modding move object to have a shake component. Hard. It's hard. I'm not sure what to do about this. Alright. Actually, we're coming up into 3 hours, so I'm probably going to take a quick break, get a snack, hopefully kind of jumpstart the brain a little bit. When we come back, I think for now we'll leave the jiggling stuff till later. First priority should be get this in the engine, get this working in the engine. Because the other thing we need to think about, which I haven't even really given too much thought, is we need the ability to overlay. So like the idea would be that we click on the espresso machine and then we get like a little kind of close up as an overlay, which then disappears as soon as we click outside. And I think there's maybe a chance that we can do this using the similar kind of GUI code that we have for the menu system. But I'm still slightly unclear as to how that's gonna pan out. It may just be as simple as... Okay. Actually, no. It may... I'm overthinking this. Say that we have... I don't know. Like an image... Like... a grouped collection of images which act as the overlay. Clicking on the sprite thing should make that group visible, which would then also make the hotspots and everything activatable. And then we just need a different listener, which then because yeah, we already have like an event handler for like clicking on non-hotspots. We would just need to extend that to check to see if there's an overlay. And we could probably get away with doing that just as bespoke game code rather than adding like an entire new subsystem to the engine. I'm kind of in favor of doing it that way, at least for now. We could always, if it turns out to be kind of super useful, we could then think about ways of refactoring it, but then that'd be quicker, developing it that way, than just trying to go like, oh, but like, what's the most optimal way of doing this in the engine, and then it has to stay there forever, as opposed to, okay, let's just do it like quick and nasty, but it's not part of the API, and then we can change it whenever we like. Okay, but I've talked enough. It's break time. I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna go get a drink. I advise you do something similar. Oh, I should turn this back on. Right. So getting back to this coffee machine. I think we should see what it looks like with the remnants of the background penciled in. So it looks like a proper close-up. To do that though, we would probably need to add a few more of these construction lines in. Because the vanishing point is here. I guess like realistically, so suppose like the edge of the bench was here. I assume like the base of the coffee machine stops here. Or thereabouts. Yeah, and then I guess over here we would then have like the sink area. Yeah, okay, so if we would like replicate what's going on here, it would be like something like that. I think we might have to narrow it a little bit, because like there's no point. It looks kind of bad showing the adjacent wall. I don't know. Let me map out the corners at least and see. If that makes any change. Well, maybe. Maybe it's okay. Okay, let's... kind of unnecessary. Could get away with like just a nice kind of tight close-up like this. And then I don't have to draw in all the cups. Which, yeah. Which honestly appeals to me a lot. Only having to draw like the bare minimum amount of stuff. Like roughly this much. Oh, and that was the other thing we would look at today. Modifying this menu, potentially, to have a little score counter. got this. And 2. Okay. It's exactly 6 pixels. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so about there. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Come back. New. One, two. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we had like this bit take up just a little bit more real estate. Font index. Hewlett Packard? There we go.
Pardon?
Keitha.
Keitha?
Yeah.
Because how much real estate we got here? We've got... Okay, it's off by 1. Alright, about 24 by 16. So we would have like one set of digits on the top and one set of digits on the bottom. And we used this tiny HP font. Let's just make a fake one. So
Ready, start. Game over. Thank you. Ready, start. Game over. Thank you.
okay, let's... Oh wait, yeah, they add like 1 pixel for padding.
Ready, start. Game over. Thank you.
How does that work? 1, 2, and 3, and 1, 2. Yeah, okay, there must be like an extra. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, so it's. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, that's the. Alright. Yeah, okay, so like the classic Sierra way is just to have something in the menu bar which says score X of Y. And then we go like, Gabriel Knight, which removes it from the main screen and moves it to kind of the pop-up bar. Yeah, like this. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, so if we do like what we normally do for fonts and give them a hard candy coating, doesn't look too bad. I can live with that. It would mean like it would mean having 7 inventory slots, but it's, you know, it's at least spaced nicely. And I guess, you know, if we did expand to need more inventory, then you could replace this with like a scrolling feed of some kind. Maybe you could add scroll buttons. Okay. Okay, so we've got like a pretty reasonable Unicode selection here. Can I download it? You gonna let me download this? I actually have a HP 100LX in the cupboard somewhere behind me. This is kind of neat. It's like a little handheld PC that technically can run DOS and CGA stuff, because this has an embedded 8086, I think, or 80186, I can't remember which. Okay, you can only download the whole thing. IBM. Yes. There's PX437. Oh, and then there's PX Plus, which contains all the extra stuff. Okay, yeah. So with the Eagle font, I just compressed it into one page. Probably do the same thing for this. Where's BM font? I thought it would have been in here. Yeah, alright, where would I put it? Oh well, I guess I'll download BM font to replace whatever wherever I use the other one. BM font. Okay. Now we can extract this. Oh, crap, it has to be in the system, doesn't it? Okay. PX Plus. Font settings. Okay. Optimal size a multiple of 8 pixels. Okay, good. Font settings. Using 8. Don't use font smoothing, from true type outline. Then export options. Binary descriptor. Okay, so we try exporting this. Ooh, that's close. That's close to what we want. Except there's no outline. Pack text and outline in the same channel, I think. Ah, no, come on. Okay, so there's like padding. Wait, no, I've solved this, haven't I? I've already done this for another font. Oh, I mustn't have saved the presets, that's annoying. Because yeah, and here... Okay, here I enforced a 1 pixel pad between each. Okay, so if we just... Yeah, okay, so we've got... Creating one. Oh, maybe it's in font options? Font settings? Outline thickness, that's what I'm doing wrong. Okay. So export option is this. Deflate. So my font pad is tiny. That's what we want. Oh, right, but there was like an additional post-processing step that I added to make it square because I didn't like how it kind of Didn't give you all the corners and stuff. Export options. Unless it's something you get in here. Oh, okay. It doesn't give you the option here, which is kind of annoying. Okay, laptop's turned off. I could swear that I wrote something in Python to add the hard edge, because out of the box it did not come with it. Yeah, like this square convolution. Give me 2 secs. Alright. Did I have it on my laptop? I did have it on my laptop. I just did not commit it, which is regrettable. Almost regrettable as chip player stopping.
Rice, of course, and then maybe the item that has been marinated?
Oh, yeah, okay. And I did have the font config stuff here.
Well, don't sweat it, I'll suck them in. I'll come straight to the point. Where does the church stand on the matter of evolution?
Tools, BM font, tiny o.png. You sure about that? What? How did that not, Oh, wait, no, it creates a different file, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, and that has square edges.
Good to see you, Dawson. Follow me.
Yeah, it's been a while since we heard the dark seed sample.
There's a clock key among the ashes. I already played with these ashes.
What?
Great, now I have twin ashes all over me.
Could have sworn there was like one clip where he accidentally eats the ashes. But maybe I'm just misremembering that. But okay, we've got a tiny font now. Actually, before I go ahead much further, okay, I should probably change that white color to not be dithered.
I knew what you were doing. All those messages you sent, and all those people you recruited, I knew you would advance. You didn't fool me.
Maybe you fooled yourself? Okay, so the current inventory is yay wide.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Well, possibly. How's it going? We're just in the middle of kind of... we're just in the middle of doing a little bit of pixel art. I am currently working on an adventure game for DOS, and I decided... Originally, there was just the inventory bar was gonna look like this, and then I decided, wouldn't it be nice to have like a little score counter down the bottom there? Yes, welcome raiders. For those who actually, yeah, I'll let me load up the game so we can see how it's all going at this point. Let me just turn off the music. But yeah, for those who don't know, for those who don't know who I am, I basically sometimes work on little kind of game devy things like this. Other times, I am like fixing ScumVM. I do quite a lot of work on the Macromedia Director engine. But, DOSBox. So this is an adventure game that is running inside an engine that I wrote, mostly. Which is always kind of risky, but it does mean that, I don't know, like I was tossing up whether or not I should use something like AGS, and then I just kept reading the scripting language for AGS, and it kind of really bounced off it. I just could not figure out what was going on. So this engine takes a lot of cues from how Scum is designed. It takes a lot of cues from how Grime, which is the engine they use for Grim Fandango, is designed. Especially, like, it uses Lua as a scripting engine. It takes a bunch of API design cues from what they did in Grime for stuff like speech. So there is like a multi-threading system. You can have multiple tasks running at the same time. So let me just break out of the first room. Oh, Bob possibly says, hope you don't mind us diving in. Thought people might enjoy watching some game dev. Well, hopefully. I don't know. I've been a little bit in the weeds today, but yeah. Very simple 3-room adventure game. Oh, there we go. You can see the thread system moving a rock past the windshield. I can step over here on this plate and get a little comet going past the window. And then third room here is just kind of like a plant / reactor room. So the thing that I was at the moment in the process of modding was we have this inventory panel down here which allows you to have 8 slots of items plus this button to do the menu. But one of the challenges that I set myself for this game is that every action in the game is going to have a unique response. Like, it's only 2 verbs, so left mouse button uses and right mouse button looks. And then, I guess, each using an item on another thing counts as a verb. So that generally means upwards of 7 different descriptive texts for each hotspot in the game. And I don't know, it's been a fun writing challenge, but at the same time I thought the game's kind of going to be... It's not going to be the most difficult thing in the world. You can probably breeze through it. But for those who have... I don't know. Like, I definitely, whenever I'm playing an adventure game, I love just hoovering up all of the dialogue that the game can throw at me. Like, that's my unofficial kind of stretch goal. So I figured that since I'm the one that's making the game, I can also add that in as a feature. So now we have a little score counter down here, and the only thing that the score counter is tied to is how many pieces of individual dialogue that you've seen. And there are definitely going to be a couple of spots where you have to do things in the right order to get the full score, because I am... well, because I originally designed the dialogue before I designed the scoring system. But it's going to be... I don't know, I'm not sure if like people are going to see this as maddening or not, but it's going to be... I don't know, I want to prototype it and see how it looks, at the very least. So what I was just doing was borrowing another font from the old school PC font resource, which I've now just turned into a font atlas, and I'm about to load that into my game engine. So let me just get out of here and turn the bed music back on. So yeah, I've run it through a tool called BM Font, which converts... It just converts the entire font into like a sort of look like an atlas, where every character has a little bit of the page. The coordinates are stored in like this binary file which contains all of the stuff. My engine has a hook specifically for loading in BM Font data. So that's kind of what we're going to be... I mean, that stuff's already there, so hopefully, now that we've got all of that, I should be able to load... Oh, that was the other thing. So did I export... I didn't export the menu, did I? I should do that. So, scripts, room convert... Did I export it? I thought I did. Oh, I mustn't have... Oh, okay. It's gonna be like that, is it? Oh yeah, the other fun feature, which... Oh, I should have just shown that off now, because I was quite pleased with how it turned out. I'll keep the music off so it doesn't jar as much. But this engine does have a palette remapper in it. So a way that a lot of kind of DOS games got around the need, like, because, you know, there was like a transition period where not everyone had a VGA card. So what they would generally do is they'd include all of the assets in VGA format, but then they'd also have some code which on the fly would convert them to EGA or CGA. So I don't have the CGA conversion down yet, but I do have the EGA conversion. So you can play the game in EGA. Because it is, and yeah, like, the way that it does this is that every color in the game is mapped to... I don't know, this is all done with, like, what's it called? There are dithering rules for each color. You can, I guess, try your luck with like the automatic color matching, but like what you see here was like the process of like spending a day, or not a day, like spending a couple of hours on stream, finding which combinations look the best for each of the colors in the palette. Which, you know, I didn't really design the palette to be like... Well, you know, I didn't design the palette with EGA or CGA conversion in mind, so I am kind of a bit surprised that it looked as good as it does. Obviously it doesn't look as good as you could get if you designed the graphics for like EGA in the first place, but for just like simple remapping, I think it turned out alright. And yeah, some people are clamoring like, when are you going to add CGA? And it'll happen, I just don't quite know how to do dithering that looks good in CGA. Like, I was saying earlier that I was looking into how Sierra did it for the AGI engine, and they have like 3 color dithers for some of them. And, I mean, like in here, all the logic expects there to be only 2 colors for dithering, so I'm not sure if... Not sure if I need to like change my approach to add like a possible 3rd color, which seems messy. And yeah, I don't know, I might have to tweak some of these other colors so that they don't look as muddy. But I'd say it's pretty passable. Pretty passable for a VGA to EGA conversion. Before. After. Okay, so we gotta go. So we've got this. Alright, so we have the tiny font, which is going to be used for the numeric portion of this. Oh wait, okay, no, I've already made a mistake then. Then for that to work, we would need to because I think I exported it just blank like this, which would then mean I would need to make a new layer. I need to split out these numbers onto that other layer. And then I can disallow them. There we go. There, so now it's just the word of. Okay, so we can save, export. Okay, then I can run it through this helper script, which converts it to 8-bit, needed because, you know, this is 256 color graphics, which means you need paletted data coming in. And then assets, menu. Okay. So now I gotta modify the inventory code to only have 7 slots. Like you can see here, these are all of the hand modifications or hints that I added in for the colors in the palette, which is, yeah, admittedly, like, it does feel like a little hacky, but it's quite easy to do. You can, like, this engine is hot reloadable, so it was literally just a case of, like, changing a color, saving the file, pressing Control R in DOSBox, which then reloads all the scripts, including this one. And then you could see the impact of changing each color. Okay, so how many... Inv item slots. Okay. So there's only 7. I should probably... Okay. I think I'll have to quit in order to get the images reloaded. Or maybe not. Maybe it would have worked. There we go. I'll just grab the tape. Yeah, okay. So slot 7 is no longer defined. Okay, now I just gotta figure out how to display the score text. Okay, so we have the... Oh, okay, so the API at the moment does not support changing the outer color, which I might want to change, because I think that sounds useful. So yeah, like this is currently the code, like the Lua part of the game engine. Yeah, I was reading kind of like through the, not quite the post-mortem, but like kind of the collective thoughts of the engineer who wrote Grime, the Grim Fandango engine. And if I recall correctly, his biggest regret was that he didn't write more of the game logic in Lua, because that was part of the reason why they had to like do an entirely new engine for Grim Fandango. They wanted to use Scum, but Scum was very much like, essentially like every time like they wanted a new feature, they would just add a new opcode, which would then like link to some new C, like, yeah, C code or whatever, which is fine. You can keep extending it that way, but then it becomes a bit brittle, and then every time that you need to, I don't know, it becomes real painful to prototype, for instance. Like, you then need to maintain a whole bunch of C code as well, which is not fun. Whereas with Lua, you can just write more Lua. You can always just write more Lua. So that's why most of this game engine, like all the mechanics, like, you know, setting up an actor, walking from like one spot to another, all of that stuff is defined in Lua, and the C code is restricted to stuff that touches the hardware, so like drawing to the screen, that's all C. And I guess things that need to be fast also, oh yeah, and like text rendering is an example of something that happens in C, because it's the C code which loads in the font atlas and lays out the text on the screen, etc, etc, which then means yeah, because it's like it's a function that you want to be fast and a function that you want to be able to reuse in a lot of spots. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with how the text rendering turned out, because we use font atlases, it does mean that despite the fact that this game engine is for DOS, we do support UTF-8. You don't have to worry about like encoding it to the weird DOS 437 format. You can just type in UTF-8 text into your Lua script, and assuming that the characters are there in the font map, it will render them as proper Unicode. Well, I say proper Unicode with the exception of, you know, it won't render like anything which requires ligatures or right to left text. That I have not added in support for, because got to start somewhere. But so unfortunately you can't, you know, you'll struggle to render Arabic, for instance, because that is pretty much entirely like right to left and ligatures. I think it's right to left. Anyway, it's definitely ligatures. So many ligatures. Oh, that's right, okay. So here's the C binding for... yeah, for this PT text function. And essentially, we give this some text, we give it a font object, a maximum width, an alignment, and a color, and then it will generate a bitmap which contains the text that we want. The extension that I want to add in, like, we can currently define the inner color, we cannot define the outer color or the border color. And I want to change that. I want a border color that I can pick, because I think at the moment it just, if we go text to image, which is the C code. Okay, maybe we pre-convert it so that the border is... Oh, wait, no. That's okay. That's what we're doing. We call create image, which I'm pretty sure zeroes out. Yeah, okay. So we're relying on, like, this, which uses calloc to okay, so it uses this to zero out everything, and then at this step it will go ahead and set the final color to be RGB, which then corresponds to the color that's in the middle of the letter. Yeah, so if we zoom in... Okay, it's a grayscale. Yeah, that's okay, I remember now. So, font image is a grayscale, inner is 255, border is 127. Okay, so we just need to put in a check for 127. Okay, and then... my god, it's been going for 18 minutes. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so now we have some additional glue. Should then mean we could set a nice kind of purpley border for our text. So that's one part. Next part is that we got to add in so we've got a menu button. We then need this would then need to go above the inventory, technically. Now we gotta do some measuring. Always difficult in Lightcube because of the okay. So 236 to 172. I'll just add 1 to everything. That's going to be 19 by 9. At 236 by 172. and then we'll take these colors, which is going to be these 3 digits: 255, 222, 219. On 40, 46, 184. And the X position is going to be 236 by 172. Z position. This is going to be 12. Collision. Actually, okay. Okay, and then score image, we just... I think if we start off with 0, we should at least be able to see what it looks like. Oh wait, there's one other thing. Load. Yeah, okay. I think this might work. Huh. I think I must have forgotten to add it to the scene. Because yeah, we've got like score max image and we've got score image. Okay, and the inventory the inventory background is at... Oh, wait, no, it's at weird... It's gonna be at weird coordinates. I forgot, the origin is completely different for the inventory overlay. I don't know why I did it like that, but I somewhat regret it. Yeah, alright, so the top right, oh sorry, the top left corner of the inventory dingus is the proper origin. No, come on. So I guess here at 32 by 159. Oh, and this other one is completely wrong. 32, 159. So the origin for this one is going to be 187. Okay. I might have to do so console PT. Okay. So this shows you kind of all of the image boxes and their origins. The origin point is that little kind of cyan dot underneath each of them, which says where the coordinate system for each image is set from. What if... okay. Oh, I see. Okay, no, it's at the bottom of the screen. That's where the origin is. That's more sane. I can respect past me a little bit more from doing it that way. Okay, so it's about 12 pixels. That's 28. Oh yeah, we've got a number. It's on the... it's all the way over there when it should be over this bit, but it's a start. There we go. Okay, so we've got the horizontal, sorry, the vertical position mostly right. It's just the X position which is kind of not right. Okay. So if we measure like from the whole of the screen, we get 236. We'll just eyeball it, I suppose. So we go 192. Okay, 192 is too far that way. Okay, and we're also cropping off the edge. Oh, and I've got the, okay. I've got the two numbers around the wrong way. It should be the 200s on the bottom. So 28. I think 1 pixel to the left should do it. I think that's pretty close. Yeah, no, that's smack on the money. So now if I were to look at the rug, how come they didn't give me a point? That should have absolutely have given me a point. Oh, is it not called object? Oh, it's... Oh, okay, I just said image. Okay, that's why. Okay. There we go. So now I've got 1 point. And if I look at the crest terrarium, I've got 2 points. And if I have like a really long conversation with this person that I haven't drawn in yet, I get 12 points because there are 12 pieces of dialogue in there. Okay, no, that's good. It also, we have like enough width there that we have enough width there that we could probably squeeze in another digit should the number of lines get above that. Yep, all things that are adding to the counter. Oh my god, this is going to be so maddening for anyone who tries to play this. But How's the score counter look? Oh, it looks dreadful. Looks dreadful in EGA because I've not pinned that particular color. That's easily done. Okay, let's do that now. Oh, the dithers, dither stuff. Okay, so now if I refresh... Huh. How come that didn't, Oh, is it because I need to go back to here and then round trip? There. Oh, that's way too bright. I should not be using bright magenta. I should be using boring magenta. There we go. Let me just quickly break out of here. Check nothing in space is too ruined by that. Does the comet look fine? Comet looks fine. Okay. Oh god, I could write so many more of these prompts. Oh, and I still gotta wire up the hotspots in this room too. That's cool. I wonder what happens if I increase to a bigger number. Okay, yeah, it kind of gets cut off. Hey Albert. Albert says, I followed way too little of this gorgeous EGA work. Thanks, it is entirely a trick. So we have like the main graphics here, which are all VGA, and all the EGA setting does is like remap every color in the palette to either a solid fill or like a dither fill, like one of these. So I mean, like, yeah, and we were saying before that there is an automatic mode, but the automatic mode looks bad, so to fill in the gaps, it's just been me adding in all these kind of like little tweak rules to replace specific colors, but certainly quicker than redrawing all of the art. So that's, but honestly, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. And yeah, the next step out of this would be to add support for CGA, and I have not quite decided how to do the dithering there, because that's going to be kind of, it's going to be kind of weird. Oh, Alvarot says EGA is such an underappreciated aesthetic. Yeah, like it's a nice palette. It's got its quirks. It's not exactly like very representative of the whole spectrum, but you can make some quite nice looking graphics with it. Like you only have to look at like the Crimson Diamond to see what EGA can do when firing on all cylinders. But yeah, I'm very happy with that now. I have the score counter down here just to punish everyone with the knowledge that if you haven't found every piece of dialogue, then you've technically not, you haven't 100% of the game. Hopefully, I don't know, hopefully some people will like it. Hopefully some people won't, I don't know, try and fire a propane canister at my house. Okay, I should probably center this so they can deal with one more digit. So we have... Okay, we're gonna... So if we extend this by 8... Okay, that gives us this... Oh crap, no, I've got to fix this set score 1 as well. 28. Okay, so now they're both over here. And I guess I've got to drag them to the left by 4 pixels. Also, Albert, congratulations on your well-deserved second Mall Vision win. Yeah, hopefully it's not putting too much pressure on behind you from competing another time, because I know that this is, it sounded like you were under quite a bit of pressure from before, and I doubt this has helped. But what it was good. It was a very good track. People should check it out. Is that roughly in the middle? Oh crap, I'm gonna have to look in VGA to see the real... No, it needs shifting 1 pixel to the right. So 200... 200... Yeah, okay, and then the line goes straight down the middle. Okay. That is good. In the meantime, we'll just change it back to 200. Okay, score counter done. What was it? Okay. So now I come back to this. This little cutaway. I mean, we could use this frame. How would that look, I wonder? So we go to the originals, and we go to menu, reactor, Where did I put it? It was in button. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, so if we just had like a little frame like this. Okay, we're off about 1 pixel, but I don't know. What do we think? Does it look better with like the menu style framing behind it? Just so it doesn't kind of like blend in with the background as much. That. Paste this back in. And that would show up roughly here. Okay, so also gotta dither this up. Okay, and then technically there'd be a shadow cast by the machine. God damn it. So, color this in. Actually, okay, that's starting to look more plausible. I just gotta do like some texturing for the countertop. Okay, and how will we do that then? We would need these colors. Ugh. No. That's... okay, the color's kind of borderline, isn't it? That's unfortunate. Maybe just a little bit more here. There we go. Maybe just a little more platinum. It's 2 platinum. Okay, that color. This is the one that's slightly. Okay. That's looking ready, I think. That's looking ready to find a way to inject into the game. Oh, actually one thing I might change, which is this top layer. Oh, and there's another couple of things we need to do. So the idea would be that you could turn the knob to one of three places. Lower setting, higher setting, and then somewhere up here, which is going to be an optimal setting. Nah, it looks too weird. I was gonna have like a little picture of an arrow drawn on in Sharpie, but I'm not sure if that's gonna look good. Yeah, it looks weird. I don't think we have the resolution to do a nice hand-drawn thing. We'll just pretend that you can magically tell. Oh wait, I moved that knob to the knob.
McDaniel.
That's why.
I want those cases processed by morning.
By morning. Yes, sir.
I think it was... what's her face? The receptionist from Twin Peaks was in that episode of Beyond Belief. I think that was... we just heard her saying, yes, sir. I don't know, I had it in the background, in the background the other day, and I just remember that episode showing up. We have like all these other controls. Maybe as a visual cue. If I were to change this to be cyan. Yeah, okay. That at least gives you a hint that, like, one of the knobs is useful. even if it would mean maybe we'd have to like put in a kind of like 1 pixel here on this. I've got too many layers. Kitchenette. Oh, coffee machine, okay. Yeah, like that. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I forget where I am. Okay, so I've got the coffee machine. May as well export it and try and get it into the actual game. So there's a few layers to this. And unfortunately, again, because this is Light Cube, the only way that I know of exporting the individual layers in a way that we can use is just to turn off every other layer. Okay. So for this layer, we need to get rid of this. We don't actually need the purple because we can add that in. crap that actually occurs to me. And for what we want. Because one of the stretch goals that I had for this would be that when you use the copy machine, it jiggles about. And if we were to do that, we would then see the construction lines behind it, which we don't want. So I'm just going to wipe out the construction lines. Then just fill the rest in. Good. All right. Okay, so if we export this to assets, bridge. whatever. I'll make 2 more layers. Okay, so we have... feels like... Maybe it should be from the middle. I guess we can just... You know what? No, let's take... Oh, hang on, I screwed up. Turn that off, turn this on. Just use dead center. Hopefully that's visible enough. Yeah, okay. That's probably enough. So then I'm gonna export these. Scripts, convert. Oh no, where have I been exporting these to? Oh yeah. Okay. I'm not tilted. I'm fine. I'm just fine. Assets, bridge. So all of these cough underscore ones need to be moved to originals bridge. And then we use script room convert originals bridge cough. Uh-oh. Oh, my brain is like getting just a little bit too cooked to do the transformation maths. But I wonder, if I just like plot this in the game, we'll be able to see it. And more importantly, we'll be able to see how bad it looks when I convert it to EGA. That's my goal for the remaining 13 minutes of the stream. PT room add object bridge room cough.
But it's not sweet though.
Okay, but it does have crab brains, lobster brains rather, in it.
Yes. Can never have too many lobster brains. Okay. refresh. Really? Okay. Okay, and I definitely added it to the group. Is it not showing up because it's not in the right layer? No, 10 should be in front of all of this other junk. Oh, failed to open the image. Okay. Okay, they're color mapped, so maybe it was just DOSBox that didn't have them in the path. We go through here. There we go, look at that! There it is. And with like 10 minutes to spare. Oh, we can slightly improve this in the remaining time that we have. Because these are all not Z-ordered properly. So we go 0, 3, 4, 2. I think that's be the correct order. There we go. Now I can see the we can see the two knobs on the machine. All right. Well, I'll probably have to go away and figure out how to wire that up so it only appears when we look at the espresso machine, and then conversely so it disappears after that. But I think that's going to be it for the evening. We've got our score counter. We've got this piece of art in. Next time around, I'm definitely going to have to like do some animation prep so I can finish some coloring in, which I've been putting off for a very long time. But yeah, thank you very much for joining me, doing a little bit of co-work. Who is online? Who is doing stuff on this website? Got a few people. Okay, Summer seems to be playing some kind of murder mystery game, so I think we're gonna raid Summer. Mostly because that's what I want to watch. Assuming I can click the right thing. Okay, well, I will be back Thursday doing more ScumVM fixing stuff. We will be continuing to work on the crazy AF FMV, I guess, like Area 51 exploration game, cracking the conspiracy. But until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Bye.